Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Suleiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant. Break up 7 seals. Now, regardless of 7 seals, brothers and sisters, the scripture is very clear. The Lamb of God, Son of Man, Messenger of the Covenant, you would know him, certify him, because that person will have broken the 7 seals. No one, that means that's credentials like a badge. So you cannot be deceived, because anyone hasn't done that, then they're liars. When that person arrives, right, when they come armed with the 7 seals, all of them. They can break down angel, break down what you call revelations, 7 seals, 100%. And he's crying, oh, I'm the Son of Man. Wait, how many seals he broken? Oh, I'm Bennett. How many seals he broken? Now, Messiah, how many seals he broken? They haven't broken any. They have no idea what Revelation said. They're guessing. Oh, Revelation 13 said this. They have no idea. Like I said, that's why the problem is, right? The problem for some of you, right, is that you're not about the truth. Because they make it very, Elijah Muhammad said, truth made so clear in a fool in error. So in other words, the people that's looking for truth, the path is clear for them. The path is clear for them. It's paved. It's got signs, everything. You can't go wrong if you're about the truth. But if you're about emotion and lie, then you got all strong delusions. Everything's confused you. You're going down this path, that path. You run into roadblocks. You run into this. You get hit by a car. All these different things happen to you because when the signs were very clear, crystal clear, you could not go wrong about the Messenger of the Covenant. You couldn't go wrong. Read Exodus, you can't go wrong. Read Malachi, you can't go wrong. Read Mark, you can't go wrong. Right? And you're right there. 7 seals. You know them. No one been doing it. So no one can duplicate it. So there's only one person could do it. So they haven't done it. So he's never claimed he broke 7 seals. He haven't come close. He got his philosophies. For the people that's looking for truth, it said people sit in dark, see the great light. It means you have to have eyes to see it. So if you don't have eyes, you sit in darkness, you won't see any light. So the light comes on for those who have ability to see. So the path is perfectly clear. Because I look at it and say, man, damn. They made this very simple. It'll return home. They don't complicate it. They don't make a puzzle out of it. They said specifically, between the river Euphrates and the river Egypt, and you look at the map, that's Arabia. You had to say, well, I wonder where that is on the map. It's the land over in Eden or it's west of someplace. No, it tells you specifically. 400 years specifically. When it comes to people that's looking for the truth, the path is perfectly clear. Crystal clear. Crystal clear. But if you ain't about the truth, then it's very confusing for you. Very confusing for you, because you ain't about truth. No, and we don't care, because, like I say, fire, we either inspire you or expire you. Right? You do one or another, expire your ass or inspire your ass. Hold on, balance this for a minute here. And those people that are somewhat familiar with the angel, they can bear witness to that. Because once you angel open your eyes, whether you do something with it or not, you can see clearly. The path is totally clear. Like on a clear day you can see forever. It's totally clear. Like I said, street signs, guardrail, on paint on the street, out forward to paradise. It's crystal clear. So when these clowns come with that bullshit, right, you know they full of shit. been X, Eric, and Ishmael, and all this confusion, all this philosophy. No, it's a clear sign right there. Exodus, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with just be Exodus. Just follow Exodus. Can't go wrong, you follow Malachi. Can't go wrong, follow Mark. Can't go wrong. And he got clear credentials, right? Identity. Woolly hair, dark skin. Clear description. Right? If you understand about Joshua, he's been in his 70s. That's the goal, let's put those aside. I'm telling you, things are so clear you can't. Even if you get a little deeper into it, Antichrist, Christ, they be conceived at the same time. The quote is crystal clear, right? If you got 2020, if you don't have 2020, you still see it. If you got 2020, you can see deeper stuff, like I said, about Antichrist, Christ, and Joshua. That's little, seeing all the fine details. But how that? If you got any eyes at all, and you can see it all, you can be damn near blind. But if you want to see, that road is clear. The road is crystal clear. So we don't worry about those clowns out there BS, and they don't understand consequence. See? So say, for instance, you take and say it takes like $1 million of energy to achieve a certain goal, maybe a degree or something, right? I mean, not just corporate on energy. How much you got to put into it. That's what it takes, right? So now you do it. Now you got the consummates, and you get the honors that go with it. Right? You call your doctor, somebody, or whatever, right? Or say you're athlete, right? Now you're a star, whatever, right? Okay, but it took you $1 million worth of energy to achieve that. So now you're getting with the fruits of it, right? But then another person comes out there and they claiming they did that. They haven't done anything. They claiming, oh, I'm the one. I'm the son of man. I'm this, I'm that. And they expect to get accolades and everything. Do you understand what that means? Do you understand the consequence of that? That means they getting something worth $1 million that they haven't paid for. It's theft. It steals someone's identity. That's consequence. So they got $1 million. So now they got $1 million worth of hell coming their way. $1 million worth of hell coming their way. It come instantly, or if it comes from the person that they pretend to be, then it'd be delayed. But when it comes, it's coming. And the way it looks like, said all thieves and lies before me, it looks like it's going to come directly from the person that they pretend to be. Because it says, we come full of wrath. They send angels out to get everyone that offends. That's them clowns. See, they don't understand anything. If they did, they would shut the fuck up. They would. That's anything. The devils wouldn't do what they did if they understood with consequence. See? Because Christianity itself is a religion that goes against, it's the only religion on the planet that goes against consequence. Let me get back to that. See here, it's $5,000. How can they stamp and get this? I'm saying Farrakhan'S lie. I've been saying for years. Oh, nobody called him a liar. Well, that's a lie right there. And nobody challenged him. That's a challenge right there. It's not there for years, and they're aware of it. Okay? $5,000. That's to them. Anybody listening to this, people listening, more and more people listening, right? Well, how come they don't? Email me, say, give me my $5,000. I can prove that Farrakhan is consistent with the lessons. I can prove that he's faithfully representing Elijah Muhammad and Master Muhammad's teachings. They don't do it because they can't. And that's another thing. Elijah Muhammad used to do Q&A. These clowns, Farrakhan never does it. They don't do it either. Because, you can, like I said, well, Nothing happens without the will of Allah. Nothing happens without the will of Allah. No, 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 Allah, right? But then it comes to, well, the world is full of evil and everything. Well, it has to be Allah's will, doesn't it? It has to be Allah's will, don't it? Nothing happens without the will of Allah, right? Okay. Well, then what about Farrakhan, the cancer guy's ass blown up? They had to be Allah's will, right? Right? And if that's what you're saying, and being Allah's will, that means, because that happening is not a trial, because trial is designed to help you, strengthen you, correct you, right? Make you better, improve you. But curses means destroy you. If that's not destruction, Farrakhan's destroyed. 55 years old, he got cancer, got his ass blown up. He pissing shit in a bag. And now he's in really worse condition. That wasn't because he can't recover from that. And he can't get any transplant. Because the Bible says if you got ears, come. If you got eyes, come. Don't say we're going to give you eyes if you don't have them. If you want ears or you don't have them. That's what it's telling you. If you ain't got it, you ain't going to get it. Well, if you got it, it'll heal you. If you got it already, we'll heal it. But if you ain't got it, you shit out of luck. So that's what this is, brothers and sisters. They ain't step forward for this all. So let's move on, brothers and sisters. So I was talking about these people, right? They go out there. So they got a hell of a day coming. Hell of a day coming. They mess them with it. And I want them to keep doing it. I want to keep doing it. Let's move on. Sisters, I want to get into a critique of what they did today. It's all bullshit. That was one bill, like to my will of Allah. Right? They don't understand what the will of Allah is. They got it all backwards. We're going to make it very clear. Okay? Farrakhan was cursed. That's a curse. For robbing the nation, which he has done. They can't talk their way out of it. Like I said, Christianity, right? Christianity itself is the worst of all the religions. The religions, right? They're not reality. Islam is mathematics, Islam. We moved from mathematical standard. Energy levels getting to dropping, our mentality dropped, and all of a sudden we lost control, command control of the nature universe. So we start have less on that mind our brains become weaker and weaker and weaker because it has less energy. It takes energy to think. So our energy levels, thinking levels diminish. So therefore we had trying to figure out how the universe works, try to understand things. That's religion. Attempts to try to explain how we used to know. When we moved to mathematical standard, then we started guessing and conjecture. That's what religions are. That's why I said the first one was 35,000 years ago. That's where the lesson teacher. We started declining. And so people are looking at, well, trying to understand, and they said Buddhism was the first one of them. And then religion, and down to Christianity. Christianity has no accountability at all. It's consequence. Consequence is a fundamental nature. That means they don't have a fundamental nature. The fundamental nature is the universe is consequence. Clear and simple. Every act has an opposite equal reaction. That governs everything. There's no exception to that. It's not something I came up with. That's the nature, absolute nature of the universe. But Christianity said, no, that's not true. Because you can do something, all you got to do is believe in Jesus and there won't be no reaction, which is bullshit. But so, therefore, they move forward and they don't have any, like I said, they have no fear of God, means they have no fear of consequence, which makes them more dangerous in the short term. Because if you think consequence, you're going to be careful about what you do and you're going to be careful what you say and careful how you treat people. If you know the consequence, you're going to Man, you like a hot knife through butter. Because you ain't fearing nothing, man. You just going ahead. Because you don't see any consequence of what you do. So it means you're going full straight ahead like a bull. But consequences is right behind you, right on your ass. And then when they catch up with you, then you realize, but then it's too damn late for you. You can't escape consequence. But the so-called Christianity tells you can. So-called Catholicism, yeah. All you got to do is believe in Jesus. You do something wrong, you believe in Jesus, you're forgiven. That's all bullshit. It's deeper. It's much deeper, brothers, because the point is, that's what we want out of Adam. We want Adam not to. We want to be fierce. Because we need to raise angels up from God, from angels to gods. It takes force to do that. That's another story. I'm not against that right now, brothers and sisters. Anyway, this is here. $5,000. Come and get it. Nobody's ever stepped up to get it. Mommy's quit and Farrakhan will never do it. Because he gets shut down in an instant. Okay, again, Allah the best knower. His book's no doubt in it. It gets right down to the crux of the matter. And those who believe in that was revealed to thee and that was revealed before thee. And here's there, sure. Yet revealed to thee, that was Quran, and revealed before and after thee. But that was revealed to thee, that's Quran was before thee. That was it. Right? That was the Bible. They tell no, you ain't got to believe that because it's corrupt. No. The translations may be, but the original manuscripts are not. But they violate this all the time. They violate this all the time because you're weaving it out the Bible. They say it's part of the book, this be the other. We're going to talk about that in a minute. Tell them, right? Those who conceal all the book that is revealed take a small price. They conceal all the time. They conceal by mention of the covenant, never mention them. They conceal about we return home. It's right there in the Abrahamic vision and covenant. That's God's word. It says we return after 400 years, we return home to Arabia. It tells us between the river Euphrates and the river Egypt. Very clear. They conceal that. See? So they say that means they fire in their bellies. And Allah would not speak them on the resurrection day, nor the pure them. It's a painful chastisement. Painful chastisement. How bold are the challenge of fire?
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? Of such among you as do this, but do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement. And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
See, brothers and sisters, they're guilty of this. They do it all the time. Being part of the book, disciplining the other. Do it all the time. Openly. That's about mention of covenant, never mentioned. Right there, Malachi with Elijah. That's about turning back home. We ain't going nowhere. Not only they just believing it, they call God a liar outright. We ain't going nowhere. That's God's word. Should have made a covenant with Abram.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flagler as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa maybe 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you. Go ahead.
One more time, brother.
Again, that's sick shit there. Hard time listen to it. That's the hardest part of my mission. That consume in a position. Got consume, that means consume something, you gotta taste it. I gotta listen to shit. I gotta deal with him. Because the demon's the first one has to be taken out. And that's what Farrakhan does. Scientology, all the shit he's promoting, but he got to cover it up with the fragrance of Elijah to make it palatable, to deceive you. Because you come over there, hey, for the smell, for the texture, for the visual. Oh man, look at that roses, man. They smell good. Rose petals. And then you get a handful of it and say, damn, you got Scientology and all other bullshit. So why I got to cover it up, see? Because he's not preaching out of Elijah Muhammad's message. I said, if you think I am, if you think he is preaching Elijah Muhammad's message, come get your $5,000. You don't need $5,000? Let me get it. You tell me one verse to support that shit you're saying about him. One verse. In the Bible or Quran. Can't. I'm going to tell you that in a minute. Okay. What are you doing? Fragrance of Elijah for this. Because with this shit he's selling, pushing, none to Elijah at all. Zero. This is this. And Father, Flag's our brother. That's what's in the lessons. So now we got to get rid of them. All the places 100% wicked. But no, well, I guess Farrakhan knows best. Brothers and sisters. And here, this is perfectly apt. I can prove it. I got all kinds of videos. He's shitting on Elijah Muhammad and Master Muhammad. He's nicked because I'm exposing him. Soon to be gone. What's he doing? He hadn't rebuilt anything. He's not supporting Elijah Muhammad's teachings. He's totally against it. 100%. 100%. One brothers and sisters. Okay, we're talking about the will of Allah. Okay, let's talk about a few things, brothers and sisters. First, in the Quran, you got to think about Adam. Now, see, the thing is, these people cannot talk the clear understanding of any scriptures. You know ones that's clear because it reveals who they are. That's why they got to come with some crazy interpretations because it reveals who they are. If you take a simple interpretation, expose who they are. like Adam. They'll tell you Adam is all humanity. Well, Adam was given rulership. Well, he gave rulership, but who's been ruling the planet for the last 500 years? It has been all humanity, only the Europeans. So if you take that to look, then angels must be the rest of the people on the planet. They tell you, no, Adam is all humanity. That means angels got to be something beyond humanity. So then you go off in some spiritual spook world that you can't prove. That you can't prove it all. That you don't know about it. You just got to have faith in it. Now we're going to talk about that faith in the man. So if you take that clear, then angels arrest everybody else. So they say, okay, and so, and I said, I'm going to make a rule in the earth. Well, that means the angel has been on the earth. And the other thing is that if the angels are human, if the angels are spirits like they say, but they had to be submission to Adam. Adam's supposed to be a man, flesh. So he got to be able to see him for them to be in submission, right? He got to be able to communicate with him. So if that's the case, then we should be able to communicate with these angels, tell what to do. But that's not happening. So I sure that interpretation can't be right. So somebody said, well, the angels mean the angels physics, like, forces and things. Like, no. Because they talking. The angels are talking. See? You know what I'm saying? So that means angels must be people. But then you say, okay, who's been ruling the planet for the last couple of years? What? Last couple of years, few years. Europeans. And particular angels, angels in particular, is total submission to them. Well, that's us. We're total submission. We're in submission to them. And we're total submission to them. So we're in submission to their names. And we're under cover. We're under the force of their names, their religion, their culture, all 9 yards. So we're in total submission to them. Total. So that's, if you look at that's a clear, right? But then you got a group of angels. They tell, well, they go further. See, because they kind of mix things up because they got some corrupt, weird version. Because they see it like it simply is, it just exposes who they are. Like the jinn, for instance. Okay, the jinn said, listen, I'm not going to do any of that. Because the angel was saying we extol the holiness and all that kind of stuff. So he was part of that, right? Because he said some angels. But he said, I'm going to keep on doing what I was doing before. I'm going to keep on doing what I was doing before. I ain't doing this submission to Adam thing. What was doing before? The angels tell you what they was doing. They was obeying God and everything else. But he said, no, at that point he said he wasn't going to do it. But he wasn't. So you ask yourself, what nations on the planet? And he's going to be against the angels. Iblis. Because he says when they're raised, so he can't be talking about Adam, because Adam was in control. He never had to be raised. Angels won't have to be raised. They've been submission. So he's going to come at them every kind of way he can think of. He don't like them. He's going to come against them. He's going to cause all kinds of problems for them. Okay, so who's the angels then? And who's these angels? Who's the bliss? Who's the jinn? Well, that's the Arabs, Sunni Arabs. Right? They've been fighting. They haven't smitten Adam. They've been fighting them ever since. They don't want his language. They don't want religion. They don't want his economics. They don't want any of it. They're in conflict involved for hundreds of years. Okay? That's what jinn are. Those other clowns, they can't tell who jinn are. They have no idea. You understand that, brothers and sisters? So, Bruce told us to submit. So, if Adam is make me shed blood, that means we're going to be submitting to somebody that's wicked, evil. I mean, what they going to teach us? Righteousness? We're going to be in a bad shape. And we're told to, they took everything from us. Right? Okay, so let's go a little further here. Let's talk about will. Now, say it gets big shit show saying, oh, will, it's all the philosophy. The Bible says they've been presenting philosophy instead of firm thought. Firm doctrine. Because you got all this philosophy, which is contradictory. Because will, plain and simple, is just your nature, bro. That's all it is. Will is just your nature. Okay? So, if you was a cat living dog land, right? Then you have to follow the nature of the dogs, submit to the nature of the dogs. If you're in dog land, that means you're going to be in conflict against yourself. Because you got two different natures there. They're going to be in conflict with each other. So if you got to submit to them, you're going to be in hell. That's happened to us. See, the thing is we submitted. And they try to, well, you submit to God, everything will be all right. No, we submitted. So why we submit to somebody that's going to make me shed blood? Because they tell us we wicked and everything. No. Then they come and tell you, well, they the one took our mind and everything. They can't make up their mind over there. Is it our fault or their fault? So, understand this thing about will. Let's look in another direction. What's your nature? Okay? So if your nature suppressed, it means your will is suppressed. But it has to be suppressed by counter will. A different nature, like your cat's dog called dogland, it's gonna be the cat's gonna be oppressed. Gonna have to act like dogs, survive, and it's not gonna be happy. High blood pressure and everything else, because it's got to act like dogs. So it's not gonna act according to its nature. Like a lot of humans would act on ourselves. But they force that on us. You hate, which you change whatever you hate. The more you hate, the more you change. They change us 100%. That's what will is. They tell you the will of God. What's the will of God? The will of God is just a constant change in the universe. That's why they give you, right? Because if you listen to that nature of God, then why you need scripture and all that kind of stuff? You just wave a wand or whatever. No, the scriptures come and tell you the seasons of the universe constantly change. Go open and close, open and close. Now it's in a position of closing, right? So we're going to get all kinds of changes. And we talk about every 50 years, you're going to have a major change. I'll talk about that in a minute. You see? So, they tell you, everything is God's will. Everything is God's will. They said, what's all evil and wicked in the world? Well, then that must be God's will. And you can't have it both ways. It's God's will or not. Everything happening out, nothing happening out God's will. Well, then that means all this wickedness you're saying is God's will. All sin, everything is God's will. All the genocide is God's will. If you said nothing happened without God's will, and you understand nature of will. Because I said will is just one's nature. And so if you in conflict with a counter nature, that's going to be a problem for you. Because you're going to have a conflict. You have two conflicting natures. And one will dominate the other. If they're not on equal terms, then you got a constant conflict. And if one is dominated, it's going to be unhappy, high blood pressure and everything else, because it's not acting according to this will, it's acting according to everybody's will. The dominating will. So in this case, we're under the will of the devils. We must obey their will, which is counter to our will. The only solution to that is get away from them. But if we stay here, and we start getting stronger, then the conflict becomes more intense until it turns into a war. Because you got two natures that rival each other. Right now, ours is weak and suppressed. Right? But the two natures are clashing. The only thing is that they give you a mind to keep turning that force against yourself, beating up yourself. It's going to change in a minute. That's what they say. All this stuff about will. That's what will is in this show. That's it, brothers and sisters. Will. Your nature. Now, turn will into power. That's no story together. But energy. Right. Keep close now. Times discipline equals power. Now, you understand we have four or five different nations, all have different cultures, they have different natures. Because if you leave them alone, you see, you come back and this was everybody's distinct. They got their own way of doing things. But they went over to China. China wasn't acting like Europe. When they go to Africa, Africa act like whatever. You understand, brown sisters? So they confused. They said, "Oh well, somebody took our mind, all that kind of stuff, but then we weakened all that kind of stuff. I mean, it can't be both ways. We act like this because somebody took our mind, and mind and James brain's not the same thing. According to if you listen to what they say, you might have another idea. The mind brings different things. The mind just is like a salt. It's like a hardware system, like a operating system. It just controls it, information, feeds information to the brain. That's what it does. It adds information too, if necessary. If you're allowed to do that, it does. The brain just calculates whatever the mind feeds it. No one's born with a mind, they're born with a brain. And then you go right away, start building a mind for them. Where you get your mind from? Probably from the devil, so you build a mind. So here you are, a cat, and you're in dog's land. Now you build a dog's mind, which is against cats. Depends on your children. And so they don't love cats. They love dogs, and they hate cats. The mind works, brothers and sisters. Our brain systems provide data to how we can get data. But if it's here or stuck with NSL, NBA, and all that kind of stuff, then it's not feeding the brain quality information. The brain will make bad mistakes because it has bad information. That will is your nature. Now, they got all this philosophy and stuff about what the will is. It's all bullshit. 2 hours trying, and it's all complicated. All complicated. You don't know what will is. Right? Will of Allah. Go back to Adam again. Okay. We submitted. But it said in the Bible, it says we sent you to Egypt for your own good. Oh, that's deep. You take Adam. Then the angels, but it's going to be good for them. But see, if you put in simple terms, you got seasons. We're going to talk about that in a minute. You got seasons. Spring, summer, fall, and winter. So we got four types of people, so to speak, right? So the winter time, the winter people will be successful. Winter time. If they only know, all they ever know is winter, and that's why it's always going to be winter. So what happened to some people in spring? They submit to them. Why submit for what? Submit to Adam. Well, if you submit, you're going to be in conflict with his nature. So they got you conflict with your nature, so it's not going to be good for you because they're the dominant power here. So, you understand what I'm saying, brother, sister? So he said, okay. Trying to make it as simple as possible, like something with seasons, right? Okay. So, you know, winter's coming. You tell the summer people and spring, look, hey man, I tell you what, winter's coming. When it comes, you submit to the winter people. Oh man, submit to the dogs, we can't. Yeah. It's my bad news for you. It's gonna be a conflict because you got two conflicting natures. But just hold on, don't retaliate. Because it's embedded conflict. If you put two together, it's gonna be a conflict, period. It's real simple. There's two different natures, two different wills. So go ahead. And there's Smith. And we calculated that you could probably handle it 40 years. So you submit 40 years. Don't fight back anything else. Therefore, we say, well, because the point is, there's a couple of points there. Because if you don't, you won't be around when spring comes. Because they'll annihilate you. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? So self-preservation. No, just submit to them. Fight them. Because they had the upper hand now. See? You store it up. And then once the 1 year's over, then you can release on them. And that'd be just devastating because about 40 years of hell they put on you, you're going to release them in 1 year. All everything they do, you're going to release back them for 1 year. Instead, brother says, that's why it says, doing them devils done to you. That's where will works. That's what I told Smith. So we'll be around when spring does come. So when spring starts coming in, all of a sudden, what do people get upset? They never seen spring before. Oh, the chemo starting to melt. And you starting to get stronger. Oh, man. We was in captivity them, but now we starting to get stronger. And it's starting to get weaker. Okay? And they got a sign up there, false Israel. We'll talk about that more in a minute. That's one of the big signs that's up there. You see what I'm saying? So what's going on here? What's going on? So here it is. Spring's coming in. And when people start seeing you start, you lose energized. They want that because they want to keep it in winter and keep you in submission. See what I'm saying? Right. Spring is getting more and more your favor. The spring, man, comes with global warming because everything's warming up now. See, so they tell you, oh, man, we got to stop global warming. They tell you to stop you. Right? This is things that been stop you. Because, man, you're on the bottom, and now you're trying to climb your way back to the top. You're making toys like this. And noise like this, so what's going on there? You understand, brothers? It's very simple. Let's move on. So we talk about Adam, talking who the angels were, who is submission. And will is your nature. So our nature is different from them, so that they're present. We're locked into their lamb, it's their culture, but we got conflicting natures, conflicting ideas. You understand, brothers and sisters? Understand the point? They get all this about will and God's will, kind of stuff. Like I said, again, God's will, they talking about, I said, every man doesn't live by bread alone, but every word that comes out of the mouth of God. It's about these, right? Energy waves that we get probably every 50 years for universal contracting now. We get one probably every 50 years. I'm going to talk about that a little more in a minute. But we have a conflicting natures between us and them, and we represent the will of Allah. We are Allah. If I say, oh, we know somebody else, well, they can throw their words. Now, mental has been decreased because there is deprivation. So, advocates in charge. Understand? Give me a minute, brothers and sisters. brothers and sisters. I was saying, about Adam, about will, nature. We had those seasons. We'll see that, the universe is constantly changing. That's why we have to keep updating scripture. Now, they'll tell you, everybody comes along, their scripture is the only final scripture. That's not what Elijah Muhammad taught. They write scripture every 24 to 25,000 years. But then, next 20, that means that things didn't change. You only need one scripture. Cause it changed, so you keep updating it. That means seasons change, times are changing. And if you think about it, if it's 6,000 years, that means there's 2 seasons there, 4 seasons. Because 4 times 6 is 24,000. That means, and we're in a season. But if you look at the math of the situation, you got to start thinking mathematically, and we're trying to get you back to mathematical thinking. Elijah Muhammad said, Islam is mathematics, mathematics is Islam. That means if you're not thinking mathematically, you're not thinking Islam. Farrakhan doesn't have you thinking mathematically. You got to talk mathematics over there because they don't know it. Everything we give you here, we get mathematics behind it. Then you can go and prove it. So, if this process started 6,000 years ago, according to Elijah Muhammad, right? When Yaku started a situation, and in the 6,000 years, we was at the worst we could be. We was at the 6,000 years, we was at the possible worst we can be. What, 100 years ago, right? 1860 was the worst. We everything, we lost everything. We lost control of ourselves, our land, our families, our relationships, everything. Sure, we lost ourselves. All we had was just our basic nature left. We lost ability to think. We lost it all. Totally. No one's ever lost as much as that. Everything, language, everything. But if it took 6,000 years to that level, then mathematics tell you it takes 6,000 years to get back up to where we were before. That's 12,000 years. But if Adam took 6,000 years for Adam to put in that situation, it takes 6,000 years to get rid of Adam. 6 more thousand years, which we didn't want. We let him around for another 6,000 years. So Elijah Muhammad, he didn't see. I don't know why he did what he said he did, but it's in there. So maybe like my situation, I got so much stuff to say, brothers and sisters, that I don't know. I haven't by feedback say what you get, what you're not getting. That's the information out there. Like I said, I only knew slides for the last 5 years, 75. So I don't know what he said before that. I know some things because I met some old timers. But the bottom line is he did say that Master Muhammad made God, and he would only rule until we, and eventually getting back to tribe of Shabazz. So if you look at that, that means that the next 6,000 years we're giving rule to him. He's made God. He says the original gods are more powerful than him. They try to tell you Master Muhammad can rule for him. That's not Elijah Muhammad taught. He didn't teach anything like that. He said he's a made God, and the reason why he was made, he had to be taught. So he's not the son of man, because son of man was self-taught. Elijah Muhammad told you Master Muhammad was taught by his father. Elijah Muhammad was taught by, so he ain't, and Farrakhan was taught, so none of them could be a son of man if you listen to what Elijah Muhammad said. But see, you're picking, so if you ain't about truth, just go on, because don't come over here. Don't come over here bother me. Because it's there, but you have to, if you're about truth, right? So the thing is, that you got 6,000 years to get out. So we're at the bottom. We was at the bottom like 1860s. Then we start rising back up. Like you, down, back up. And we'll be under control of Master Muhammad, made God, for the next, right? So you got different seasons. So for this season, this season, we was given 2 books. If you understand Genesis, that you don't know because you haven't broke the seals, there's 2 books there. One's called The Greater Light and One Lesser Light. And if you understand that, you find the lesser light is actually the Quran. It's the moon. And the greater light would be first. And the lesser light will come 500 years later. It's right there in Genesis, but you know how to read it. You don't know how to do the calculations. So the sealed Bible came first. That's one given to Adam. 5 years later came Muhammad, still Bible. I mean, Quran. That's the lesser book. Okay? The greater book, the greater light, right, was given to Adam, and it'd be 5 years before he gets to the lesser light. Then the Quran, it was for a book that's 1,500 years ago, it's for a specific time, because they keep changing, and now the Quran is good for reciting, but it doesn't tell you about what's going on right now. If they did, they could saw all the stuff coming. And the people that hold the Quran, they've been getting their ass kicked for the last 5 years, haven't had one victory, so they can't see anything, they're blind. And the still Bible's getting to Adam. The still Bible's all about, right? Bad news for us, but it would be, wouldn't it? Because Adam was given rule. And so what it tells you there? Well, if you read that story, just basic story, right? It says Adam. Okay, we're told to submit to Adam. Our rule, make men shed blood. Right? We're told to submit, right? So what does the Seal Bible tell you? Those who submitted, they'll be the slaves. The ones ruled by the master. Obey your master. Do what your master tell you to do. Because that's the guidance for that time. Right? So we survive until this winter's over, because he's a winter person. Survive till winter's over. And there's our time now. And so you see things happening now, it's in our favor, but it's against Adam. So they don't like it. Global warming. Well, right. But when isn't that, if you was a winter person and you didn't know anything about spring, and spring start coming, what do you say? Global warming. It's warming up. That's bad news for us. Yeah, but spring, that's good news for us. Unless they got their mind twisted and they can run around with it trying to help the devils. I can go into all that kind of stuff, but the point is that what the changes happen right now is in our favor. It's against them. That's why they run around crazy trying to do this, whatever, because they lose control of everything. They lose control. I'm going into that a little more detail. Well, I might as well talk about it a little bit right now. There's so much I try to explain to you about. Pressure. And you don't study pressure, so you don't understand. Pressure is a very simple concept. You understand that governs our whole body is dictated by pressure, lungs, heart pumping, blood pressure. Our reproductive system is all about pressure. Your voice, pressure waves, hearing sounds, all this is about pressure. Your whole resistance is totally dependent upon pressure, totally. Because that's what it is. That's the nature of our existence. Once you understand that, then you can start to understand how things work. Now, in pressure, you got different levels. And things in a pressure environment, right? If you got a pressure field, you got different things in there, molecules and atoms. We all have the same amount of force because that's all pressure is. It's how much force you got and divided by how much space you got. So everybody gets the same amount because if you look at it, the pressure is equal in every place. But you got big atoms on this here, small atoms here. But if it's still, that means the pressure is equal in every place. That means each one has to have the same amount of force. But the formula of force is mass times acceleration. So if they got high mass, they're going to have low acceleration. Low mass, they're going to have high acceleration. So they have force the same. So the greater your structure is, the less acceleration you'll have. The weaker your structure is, the faster your acceleration is going to be. If you understand that, then you got the different nations. And you got, say for instance, you got us. Say we're the steel nation. We're steel balls. So you got those, they made of porcelain balls. Or they hard, but they collide with steel. There's no contest there. Then you got what's in between. Different levels, maybe 10 or whatever. Right? Or whatever. Aluminum. So depends, you got the highest the greatest strength, complexity, hardness is the steel, and the weakest one is the porcelain. And so the porcelain is going to be less structured, so it's going to move around faster. It has the same amount of force that the steel has to move around slower. It's pressure field. And if there's a collision between the two, the porcelain ball's not going to do very well. It's going to crack or whatever. And the worst part is steel, probably going to get a dent in it. See what I'm saying? But it takes more energy to maintain that steel ball because it's much more complex. So if energy levels drop, right, the steel ball is affected more than the porcelain ball is. Until you get to the point where the porcelain ball don't have enough energy to do anything, so that means the steel ball, but the porcelain ball still got. Remember, so the porcelain ball slows down to almost nothing. I mean, the steel ball, energy lowers, it's not even moved at all. You have energy, while the porcelain ball is still moving around. That's the situation we're in. But when you turn the fire up, the energy starts increasing, right? Then all of a sudden, the porcelain ball, steel ball starts moving. So, and then it starts moving, that means the heat's turning up, you get moves around faster, that means the more collisions, that's what pressure is. So the more collision, who's going to suffer in the collisions? Porcelain balls, they can't handle collisions. The harder collisions, the worse it is for them. If you understand that, that's the basic idea of what's going on here, brothers and sisters. They put a little caveat in there. Okay. You got a brain. And normally you think in the direction that you're moving. So you're moving around, and you move faster and faster. Remember, he goes there, you move faster and faster and faster. What if your brain can't, after a while, it gets too fast for your brain can't calculate it. Move fast, your brain calculate. That's like you're driving on a highway, a really busy highway, everybody's going like 70 miles an hour. Suddenly, you go blind, but you can't stop. Then you're going to be in a wreck. Because you can't see, but you're going at high speed. So you can say you don't go blind, but you can go nearsighted, and you got a problem too. That's what's going on in the world right now. That's why I said that this wisdom be turning to shit, because everything's speeding up, and the devils can't keep up with the change. The world's changing so fast. They lose control of it. They have control, but now he's losing control of it. Because things move faster and faster and faster, faster than his ability to calculate. So they come in desperate. And they want to maintain control, so they get violent. You got Trump, you want to kick everybody's ass, you want to take everything. Because they want to maintain control, but they can't. Because things move too fast than they can think. But for us, right, we complicate it. So we activate us. So we can keep up with this. We can stay ahead of it. Now right? Because we have much, but we got to be activated. Start thinking. You understand, brothers and sisters? So we can go no matter how so complex that no matter how high attempts you get, we can still keep up with it. Because we think much faster, we think much deeper. But they was made under low energy, right? Low energy, so they can't handle high energy. That's the way of looking at it. So get back to will again. See, he's talking about this will stuff. Okay, they don't know what they're talking about. Everything's a Lord's will. Well, that means then, if everything's Lord's will, that means then the world's all messed up. That means it must be a Lord's will then. Everything's Lord's will. If the world's all corrupt, that means it's Lord's will. And absolute control, that was Adam's will, right? That was Lord's will. So if the world's under mission shed blood, then you got to blame God for that because he put somebody in control. That's their nature. And the only way they can be successful and happy is follow their nature. Understand that. And all this bullshit he's talking about. So, so the will, right? It corresponds to the season. Corresponds to season. So in the winter season, the 6,000 years, right? That was the will at that point. Adam was consistent with that will because he's a winter person. So he would thrive in the winter. But that was against us. But we said, well, yeah, but okay. Because remember, that was, when he said, remember, he told my will, look at it both sides. He willed Adam to be in the control and willed us to submit. So both of them is his will. According to him, if you understand, they don't mean a person really. They talk about the nature of things. But the point is, both of them was his will. So we're supposed to submit to somebody to make them shed blood. But if we be Amen, it wouldn't be good for us because we'd be oppressed. Because you got two different opposing. There's two different natures there. See? So I'm going to put a new ruler in earth, right? That means who was the ruler before that? It had been the angels. But now they're going to rule. So we got to submit to him and say, hey, and if say, I ain't going to do that. We submitted. And the other side, that is, if you submit, you're under oppression, right? Okay, if somebody oppressing you and you fight back that oppression, you're not submitting, are you? But if you absorb that oppression, right? Now you're in submission. But that force, remember, because oppression is a force. So they're putting the force on you and you're absorbing the force instead of retaliating. That means you dam up that force because the force ain't that just disappears. They try to Christianity tell the force disappear. No, the force can't disappear. Force is a reaction. Every action is opposite equal reaction. So now you're bottling up this force in you. Look, see, you can see the force that was applied to us. So look who we are. How you know the leaves are moving? How you know the wind is blowing? Because you see the leaves moving. That's how you know the wind's blowing. You might see the wind, you might not feel it, but you can see the leaves move. They know, you know. So you look at us and how we were before, how we really were before, not the bullshit they tell you we run around bowling those. Because now, that means it had to be a force to put us in this condition. If we're in a real bad condition, that means the force had to be very strong. It's like you take a balloon and you put it on a hole in the water. Well, it's going to stay in the water as long as you hold it there. When you move your hands, it's going to pop back up. So we're in this condition because we're in submission to Adam, and that force is still applying to us. Because if they stop applying that force to us, we'd revert back to where we were. Because we could follow our nature. Because this ain't our nature. That's why I got her blood pressure and everything else, diabetes and everything else. You understand? That's what will is all about. So their will is in conflict with our will. And so that means that's. Store it up. Store it up. So that's why it tells you after 400 years of this, then they be judged. And it said, what they did to us in 400 years will come back to them in 1 day. 1 year. How was that? Could we store it up? So they had a grace period. That's what I to my grace period. A grace period, because there was no consequence to what they was doing. They was having a party. Because there was no consequence they was doing it, because it was stored up in us. And suddenly we let it go. Boom. And it says, all that shit they did to us, it said, we do it to them. Back to what they did to us, every act has opposite reaction, but in 1 day, 1 year. Imagine that. If you, like I said, I give you an analogy. I punch you in the face, or you punch me in the face, 10 pounds of force, every day, 1 day, every day. Noontime every day, boom, boom. And I take the whole day to recover. Boom. Do it for a whole year. That's 360 times. If you go through these people 360 days, right? 360. So 360 times 10 is 3,600 pounds of force. That's how much I've absorbed. So I'm gonna be changed to that effect. You can look at how much change I've changed, how much force has been applied to me. And I absorb it. And then all of a sudden I release it all. In 1 day, boom, I release 360 pounds of force in your ass in 1 day. Can you survive that? See, we could survive because it was happening. They had time, we had a chance to recover. But you, boom, one time. And that's what the Bible scripture telling you. That's the wisdom of it. Submit. We can stop them cold because they're too powerful and we try to fight them back. That's what Bliss tried to do. They said, no, we're going to keep fighting them. And so they haven't been fighting, so they haven't stood up no force because they fighting all the time. They fighting back, right? So they try to keep their nature, try to keep whatever they had. They had to keep whatever they had, it was stolen, but whatever they had, they kept it. But they ain't building any force, right? And it wasn't able to change them. They didn't want they resist everything. They didn't want the economic system, their education system. They didn't want the political system, right? The religion, anything. They resisted all. They're fighting. So they wouldn't change, but we was changed 100%. So we absorbed it. So then we released it, bam. And so even though the most powerful nation in the world, they can't withstand that all come to them one day. Boom. That's how we stopped cold after 6,000 years. So they can't continue on to the next 6,000 years. You see the wisdom there, brothers and sisters? So when you look at the will, how you apply that bullshit, they talking about the will in that context, because that explains why we was told to was done. That's explain the will and explains that what the will of Allah is. And tell us that's our will anyway, because maker, owner, creator, planet, God, and universe. You know, it's mystery God out there. So that was our wisdom. Hey, let's take and let's just take it. It's gonna be hard as hell, but we build it up. You know, hey man, I'm in battle with the Hulk. Oh damn, man, I can't beat that Hulk, man. He punching me every day, bam, punching bound. Oh man, I can't fight him. I'm over 200 pounds, man. And he has to work every day and punch me, bam. Oh, if I punch him back, man, it ain't gonna mean nothing to him. 10 pounds. But I just take it, man. Take it he gonna punch me once I just take it, man, and try to recover every day and take it for a year or 10 years, whatever it takes, right, to take it. And I build it up. So I take a year, that's 3,600 pounds. I take it 10 years, 36,000 pounds of force I got piled up. And I drop it off on his ass. Remember, that's consequence. I drop it all on his ass. Can he handle 36,000 pounds of force, one punch? Probably not. Now I kicked his ass. That's the wisdom of telling submit. See, you ain't gonna get that from these clowns out there because they don't know. They don't understand any of that. They run their mouth and they're gonna pay for it. Soon. I'm trying to give you the wisdom of the brothers and sisters, what's going on here. That's what will is about. It's not all this bullshit Farrakhan talking about, all that kind of stuff, will, and we're gonna go into more deep. But anyway, you got these seasons, right? And we just come out of the worst winter season ever. And it's about the conflicting natures. Now, if we stay here, like Farrakhan talking about, right? And he's talking about, well, we got to start. Think for ourselves, all that kind of, well, whatever. But see, right now, we under control of their nature. But if our nature, we start exerting our nature, there's going to be a war. Conflict. Because you got two natures fighting each other. They don't want our nature, and we don't want theirs anymore. So you're gonna have a conflict. That's a war. Two nations can't stay here together. We're gonna stay together. It's impossible. There'd be a war unless we stand in submission to them. Yeah, we're gonna rule. We're gonna get if you understand, because we have two different wills. Right now, we're in submission to their will. Like exerting our will, our nature, because your will has to be reflected in nature. Just meant to my submitting to God's will is to help. Well, submitting to God's will, like he claimed, didn't help us during the Holocaust. It was painful. Submitting to God's will. It wasn't for us to be successful. It was thinking long term. Says no, you submit this will now, you're gonna suffer, right? But you're gonna be around the spring, and then it's your time now. It'll be your time. But if you don't, then you're gonna die in the winter. So their idea of will is all totally wrong. So we submitting to God's will. That was painful. It's painful suffering. But that's what it takes to make Princess Diamond too, doesn't it? Pressure. And so that's the second effect, because it says, let's make man our likeness and our image, male and female. So by submitting to that, that means the hardest people on the planet. We took all that they could give us and we will survive. We're still kicking. They create demons amongst us. We'll talk about that in a minute. But the original nation here is a hard, because we're the hardest people on the planet, because nobody could take what we took, and we took it 400 years, and we still standing. So we elevated for gods. Because we're the gods, we're the strongest people on the planet. They did everything they could that's possible to reduce to people. They didn't restrain themselves at all. They raped us, pissed on us, shit on us, made us eat shit, pissed in our mouths, raped our children, fed them the gators, everything you can imagine they did to us, the stuff you can't imagine, because our minds are not as corrupt as theirs. They had dogs rape our women. You know that one? People were sick. I could tell you some things, but you throw it if I told you. This kind of stuff they did. And Farrakhan, all you can say, well, let's forgive him. Let's forgive him. I don't want that to happen to America. I love America. Because he's one of them. Why would you want to forgive all this shit to your people? Somehow you're fucked up. I don't want to forgive them. Are you? Really? You don't give a fuck about your ancestors? They need to put you back there. They look forward and say, that you see, look forward and see your descendants just gonna pass like with nothing. You need to put your ass back there. It's not pissing your mouth. I could say something I ain't gonna say about it. It was just too horrible. If you could possibly think of some sick stuff, they did it as a pastime. They haven't changed. You take a lion, and once he's eaten, you can walk around a lion. You probably can pet him. He won't bother you as long as you don't mess with him. But you better be around when you get hungry again. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's what's going on here. So you got two conflicting wills. We're not the same people. Because look what they did to us. We're the same people. We wouldn't be in this condition, would we? They changed us to something other than what we are. You know who did it? Look at what we are. What names we have. Are we calling ourselves Angerarium or Tulu or Chung Li? No. We calling something that? Are we talking Chinese? Are we talking Indian? Are we believing in Hinduism or Confucianism? That means to an image of what they are. That means they're the ones that did it to us. They changed totally because they hate us totally. You change something, when you hate something, you change it. And the more you hate it, the more you change. They change 100%. And once they change you 100%, then they're okay with you as long as you stay changed. Remember, it took force to change us. So if you try to change back, you're going to get force applied to you to get you back into this condition. And that's what's about to happen, brothers and sisters. Because now, in a minute, you're going to start asserting yourself because you start dressed. In 1860, you start trying to be more like yourself. And every time there's a riot or force or something like that, trying to. Because they don't like you as you were. They don't like you as you are. And that's why they make sure you stay as you are. Because now they can understand you, you like them. And that way they call you bro and your fish bump and all that kind of stuff. They hate you. If they love you, they wouldn't have changed you, would they? Come on, brothers and sisters. Listen to this.
Believe I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadafuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way if the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent?
Your brother says he loves America. America did all that to us. Why is he defending America? Why is he defending the devils? He wants America made good. He don't want to punish them for what they did. So, I mean, we suffered the worst evil treatment ever any nation ever suffered in history and for a longer period. I mean, they so-called somewhat Holocaust. This was like that was like a picnic compared to what we went through. Quran said persecution is worse than slaughter. He did all this to our people. He just wanted to forgive them, just like nothing. And that's not what. Remember the Messiah. If you read what Messiah says, you understand those things. That's the Messiah talking. I don't come to bring peace. I come to bring hell and destruction on these assholes. Division. Make Father be the Son, the same Father. I come to stomp in the ground and crush him. Burn their ass up. That's the Messiah talking. But he claims he's Messiah. So somebody got schizophrenic or something? Remember, that's Messiah talking. Remember, Joshua's the one going to do all this stuff. God, he stood overhead and just gave him cover. The God didn't do this. The God set the stage and war in heaven, but it was the Lamb that did all this. The one that broke the seals, the messenger of the covenant. Joshua, he's the one on the battleground doing all this, kicking ass, taking names, burning up his enemies, stuck them in the ground. But he claims he's the Messiah. So what, he's on crack now? You understand who's talking there? Go back and read those things. That's Joshua talking. You Exodus, Joshua does those things. Not Aaron. Aaron died in the wilderness because he was a liar and a good thief. He wanted to turn people's hearts back to Egypt. Joshua's the one who got the commission. He's the Messiah. We can prove that. But I mean, just on the face of it, it's correct. He's the one to take you back to the promised land. And he has to fight his way all the way. God told him, be strong. I'm with you 100%. I got your back. But you got to take it. You the preacher on the ground. You're the general on the ground. You got to take it. You and your army. But he claims he's the Messiah. What's wrong with that picture? Because that one, the Messiah, he come to kick ass. He ain't look for no, he says, he commands you to kick, he commands his troops to do what? Doing the Babylon we did to you for double twice. That's what he commanded his troops to do. That's the Messiah talking. Prepare the way before me. I'm gonna kick ass. I'm the messenger of the covenant. We're gonna trample our enemies in the ground. Dash their babies' heads against the wall, knock their damn fucking brains out. That's the Messiah talking. But he claims he's the Messiah. that sound like him? No. Because he's a demon. He's speaking, he's advocating for the devils. I'm sure what he really think about you in a minute. This is what he advocates. Oh, we don't want to see them. After all they did. And you give him a pass. You know, if we gave him a pass, we might as well move out of the universe. Because no other nation would ever fear us. They say, hell, we can do what they want to them because they're just going to forgive us. If they forgive us for that, hell, they forgive us what? If they gave them for what they did to them, hell. And we can't do anything worse. we can rape their women and do us, and they can do anything to us. That's why the Bible said we had to set an example. He said we kindle fire in hell for example to all the nations. They were fucking us again, especially our women. And look what they did to our women. He said, he cared for our women. The way they did our women. There was defenses and everything else. And he said, oh no, I don't want to see that happen in America. Why? That's not the scripture. He said, Babylon going to be destroyed. And God love it, wants to. He said he's in distress because he can't wait for it to happen. Yeah, he said, oh, I don't want to. That tells you all you need right there, brothers and sisters. Let's move on to the next one. See, remember, his father's the devil. They try to cover it up. Principal Clark, look it up. You can Google it. You know, light-skinned Jamaican. I mean, he could be Jamaican by nationality. Like they call us American, but that's not a nationality. That's not an ethnicity. That's our nationality. Where you live as your nationality. Your race is your ethnicity. So if you're Jamaican, that means that because anybody that lives in Jamaica calls themselves Jamaican. You see, he got hair like devils. And he looked just like his father. His father was a devil. He said, we got more tapes in. His father is white Portuguese Jew. That means his father is white Portuguese Jew. That means he is too, because he sees his father. Come on, brothers and sisters. Let's watch this next one here.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother minister. Yes, we are.
Yeah. That's real, brother minister. That's real. When we was alive, we set up schools.
Right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
Right.
We owned buildings. We owned farmlands. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
Let the worms eat their ass. Think about that one. Now, see, that's the face he got for us. What's the face he had for America? How can we make America great again? How can we make America great? Sounds interesting, don't it? They make America great again. I don't want to see America destroyed. But I want the worms eat your ass, though. Because you ain't making me rich. You ain't working for me. Forget about the fact that he and Wallace is the one that tore it all down to begin with. Come on, the native nation alive. You killed it. Now tell them I'm lying. I was there. I witnessed. I'm 76 years old. I was in my 20s at the time. Between 70 and 75, I was there. In Chicago. Not a bystander. I was foreman for Mama's Feed newspaper, the night foreman, midnight foreman. My wife at the time, she passed now, she ran the MGT Just Shop, which meant you should come by and she had a conversation with, she had a conversation with Farrakhan too, actually. That's no story. One day I'll share some of that with you because she came and told me. But the point is, he got a whole different attitude towards you. Because you, and remember, now he's been running this. Remember, Elijah is the one that guided the nation to have all that stuff. He led the nation. They didn't just happen. He led the nation to build, to get a bank, to get boats, farms, right? Complexes, housing complexes. He got, what's Farrakhan got him to do? Nothing. But he's a multimillionaire though. But he's gonna blame them. But he's supposed to be the leader. They don't have shit because they don't have anything. And what they did have, him and Wallace pocketed. They destroyed the whole nation. They got rid of it. They actually got rid of some. So I think called the Balelians. Don't take my word for it. And liquidated all the assets and put in their pockets. And left the police with absolutely. And I'm saying it. I got another presentation I did yesterday. I'm gonna do it again today later on. Right? But look at it. It said he says it. He says that's what it was. That's what. But he blamed on Wallace. But he would stay with Wallace for several years. People went crazy. People went homeless because they destroyed everything. But now he said, well, they were alive. Well, who killed them? You did. You didn't help the believers. You saw what's happening. You just stand there. You took the money. You partner. You're a multimillionaire. You and your dumbass son. See, so like that, and he prayed a lot. The words were, "Eat your ass." But for the devils that do all this to us, right? Oh, I don't want to see nothing happen to him. How can we make America good? See? Remember, now Wallace, open enemy to his father, hated his father. He was public. Everybody knew it. Farrakhan lied to him. No, he was not. He was exiled at that time. Elijah Muhammad departed. He was exiled. How do you get control of the NOI? He don't want to answer that question. He was exiled, and he was exiled because he was preaching that bullshit. He tried to say no because it was some other stuff. Malcolm, no, I was there when he exiled the last time. I was there when he exiled the last time. I was there when he came in the last time before Elijah Muhammad departed because it's during the 70s. I was there from 70 to 75, and I was there when he was exiled. I remember when he came back for his last exile, right? He came in. I was sitting down. I think it was like on Friday night or Wednesday night. Right? And this was at the old, before they moved over to Stony Island. Right? I mean, he came in, shook everybody's hand. I shook his hand. Well, it's good hands. I won't cut it off. See? Because he came back and he was teaching what he mind. Elijah Muhammad told him to teach. Then he went back teaching that shit again, and Elijah Muhammad kicked us out. But this time was permanent. He lied about everything. He's a big liar. He openly hated his father, and soon as he took over, he immediately started getting rid of everything. He said, "We don't need this stuff. White people got it." He immediately started pushing it in Sunnism. He got rid of all the chairs and everything else in there. He started Friday night prayers. Elijah Muhammad wasn't doing that kind of stuff. They didn't have that Juma, all that kind of stuff. He started that right there. Everybody go on knees and all that kind of stuff. Immediately, not 6 months later, immediately. So Farrakhan came out, they didn't know what he was going to do. Everybody knew what he was going to do, and that's what he did. And he started bad-mouthing his Elijah Muhammad and Master Muhammad right immediately, and Farrakhan was right there with him. He was right. Farrakhan became his wingman. That's a fact. Tell him lying, Farrakhan. Eat your ass. That's your Farrakhan. That's what he really feel about you. But see how he feel about the devils? Oh, we got to save them. Because he's one of them. We got to save them. How can we make it great? But for you, worm, eat your ass for something that is his fault. Dumb ass. Like I said, a lot worse than that for him. Watch what happens to him. And this here's, I've tried the wine press alone, and people, there was none to help. Let me go next one here. I think I have a recording on this one.
Three. I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me, for I will tread them in mine anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment. For the day of vengeance is in mine heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. 5 And I looked, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was none to uphold, therefore mine own arm brought salvation unto me, and my fury, it upheld me. 6 And I will tread down the people in mine anger, and make them drunk in my fury, and I will bring down their strength to the earth.
Okay, bro, says where it says that, you know, that Suleiman, he would be alone. He couldn't find any help, no credible help. Okay. People say they want to help, but it wasn't credible. They couldn't use it. That's what it says. Then one day he didn't try. Right? But you gotta be say you with me or against, you gotta be 100%. Can't be 99.9%. You have 100% or against it. If you're only 99%, it means you're 1% against. It means you're still against it, and all resistance is going to be destroyed. So if you're 99% for it, then you're 100% against it. It has to be 100%. I give 100%. The fact is, you can see the evidence if you pay attention. I'm gonna give 100%. This stuff didn't happen. I didn't pull this stuff out of my behind. And some of these things I'll be telling you, it took me years to figure out. Believe me, that angel, ooh. And Daniel was another one. Right? Daniel was a particular headache. Right? Because they come out a different way, boy. Ooh. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, I'm gonna talk about these few things. I'm not gonna do the whole thing, brothers and sisters. Now we talk about the C-bomb atmosphere. Okay. Now, understand this, if you can understand it. You got the atmosphere, that's air. You go, right? It's pressure. Right? You breathe it in, breathe it out. But our whole existence is, the physics of our existence is pressure, period. If you can understand it or not. So, the air, like water, you drink water, you can just breathe air and hear, and you know, it's okay, you're alive, and you can hear, and you can see, and you can smell, right? Breathe, and you can drink, and that's fine. But there's no spirit in any of that. It's just life-giving. There's no spirit in it. So you take the water, you put some sugar or something, you got spirit in it right now. Maybe some liquor or whatever people put in it, right? Activate it. Still water, but you still, you know, you got a little spirit in there, you know. Same thing with atmosphere, right? You take get some flowers. Now you got some scent. Oh man, now you got spirit in it from you know, from the sense of smell, right? See what I'm saying? And so and then you hear. Right? Okay, so get it vibrating, certain flavor, that's music. Now you put, see, now you just, these are things that you hear, but now you put a spirit in it. That's what music is. Now music reflects, because you have to put that spirit in it. It don't come out itself. Music just generates itself. And we're all affected by the atmosphere. But right now, the questions you should have known, but you don't know, and I'm telling you, that the atmosphere, right, the spirit of the atmosphere, music, that affects people's emotions, who is it controlled by? It's controlled by us, not Africa, not India, not China, not Europe. It's controlled by us, the weakest people on the planet. We don't have a nation, nothing, but it's controlled by us. The whole atmosphere, the spirit of the atmosphere is controlled by us, period. No question about it. There's no other music type out there that didn't come from us. Except for Beethoven and that stuff, there's nobody bopping to that. You understand? And that's a question about that too. But the point is, you understand what I'm saying? So what does that mean? Okay. Well, that music affects people's spirits. I mean, it comes from our spirit, but it affects your spirit. You know, it's a spiritual a medium. So other people here is going to affect them. But what if they got a counter spirit? What if they got a counter spirit? Well, they might not like it. They just call this devil music. They might not like it. Because you got a conflict, you got a war between spirits. You got a spiritual war going in the atmosphere right now, and we're winning it. I'm trying to show you how powerful you are. We got spiritual, because all the planet is bopping to our music. From blues to jazz to what you might call soul. And something's about to happen in a minute. Whole world. I don't care if you're in Japan, you're in China, whatever. You know, you got this Japanese group out there, man. I like the songs they come up, but it's still come from us. It's just a Japanese version of it. And they had that version of it, it's still ours. Africa's version is still ours. So why it come from us? Because we control the atmosphere, the spirit of the atmosphere, or the whole planet. That means we affect everybody's emotions. Some positive, some negative. The devils, they don't like it at all. Because it's so, well, some of them, well, see, you better, well, I'm not, maybe I'll explain that in a minute. But the point is that you got a spirit that's affecting the whole planet. Yeah, we're the weakest on them. They try to attack it, right? Just like they try to attack all of them, especially this new form. Because when you have people like Tupac and Sister Soldier, remember they came out with the rap side of it. But the first rapper was actually what's his name? I can't think of his name right now. He was Scott Herring. Right? He was one of the original rappers, but you probably heard of him. The revolution would be televised, won't be televised. But anyway, they try to destroy the lyrics. And they had to get rid of Tupac, and they slammed Sister Soldier, and they started building, because they didn't come with that. They didn't come with all that negative. They came with positive vibes, and now it's nigga, bitch, hoe, nigga, and all this stuff, right? That's the way to attack it. What would envies? That's it. I'm trying to get you to understand, bro. Says, look, that's how powerful you are. Why is your music controlling the atmosphere? And we're all dividing everything else. But it's, so if it's affecting me, it was affecting the emotions of everybody on the planet. I looked up Google the most popular music in the world. Then it said hip hop all over for the whole world. Hip hop, all over the place. What is that? You got emotional war going on right now. See, that you didn't know, but it's right in front of your face. That's what's going on right now. And get ready to hit high gear because new music is about to come out. Remember these music, I'm not going into detail, but each one of these music came out 50 years apart. That's what meant in heaven, earth. I told you energy waves, now we're starting to be energized. The first was blues, we had the blues. Then we got jazzy, then we got soul. First was niggas, then was colored, then was black. Afros, I'm saying it loud, I'm black and proud. And now this one, victory, finally get home out of here. I talked about that yesterday, so go and look what I did before. You understand, brothers and sisters? Why are we controlling the emotional? That means we're affecting the emotional content of the planet. It's the emotional war going on right now. Okay? That's a weapon. That's one of your weapons. Now, another thing is power. See, that dumbass this morning, he don't know what I'm talking about. See, power, you know, power is will. No, power is energy, time, and discipline. That's how you turn energy into power. Discipline. We have energy, but the point is by Christianity takes away your discipline. These things are designed to keep you under control, because once you get control, it's all over. Because you have, right now, because you have more discipline, if you turn your discipline into power, that's all. So this, because Christianity tell you don't need discipline. All you got to do is whatever you do, right? You got discipline. Eating, got to do anything. It's all up to Jesus. Even as soon as you tell you that, oh, you don't worry about God takes care of everything. It don't matter who your mother, father is. God created you in the womb and all this stuff. So you have no control of nothing according to them, because God takes care of everything. And I said, well, if you really believe that, and God takes care of everything, and His will is everything, and every time Adam shoots a cruise missile up your ass, you say, oh, you should play all praise be Allah, because it couldn't happen unless it's Allah's will. So you should be according to Allah's will, right? You should be in accordance with Allah's will, right? So you say Allah controls everything. Everything submits to His will. So how you explain Satan then? God willed him into existence, right? So he's doing Allah's will, right? You said nothing happens to Allah's will. See, you say this bullshit, and then when you get hit, then what? You want to go chop somebody's head off. See? So it's all the will. If everything's will of Allah, then every time they run a cruise missile up your ass, you should say, oh, praise be Allah. When it blows your ass up, oh, praise be Allah. Otherwise, you're against the will of Allah, because it's Allah's will. He did it, according to you. So all this shit is bullshit. They can't say it like it's obvious it is, because that exposed them as being a jinn. That exposed devils, Satan being so they got to go convolute the scripture. That's why I said God can make God go out and see the whole world. That's America and Britain. Confuse you. And that's what Christianity, that's why I was giving you Christian. Remember, this was stuff Adam was giving. Adam was given the power to rule. Adam could not have ruled. Right? He had to be given guidance to rule. And so he was given a sealed Bible. And so they say, well, he told me he wanted him to rule. And if he's ruled, that means he's the master. And that means they'll submit to him under slaves. And we submit 100%. You get it? You see? And that was God's will. So two things come out of that. We built up all that pressure for us over 400 years, hold it in. Now we're going to unleash it. See, that's what I call a C-bomb. That's the wisdom we have. That's how you create a C-bomb, a consequence bomb. Consequence bomb is the most powerful bomb in the universe, because you can't stop consequence. You can't get around it. You can only dam it up, but it has to be resolved. A person can't do evil and just shoot themselves, get off the planet. No, you will, before you leave this earth, you will pay. Your plate will be clean. Your slate will be clean. So you leave a heart or whatever, your slate will be clean. You may not realize it. So if you got to do evil, all that kind of stuff, your slate will be clean. Will be clean, because that balance, all balance. You leave out here with terrific horror or whatever, it's going to be clean. You understand? So the thing is that by us just assuming we've been a C-bomb, because we've been all this force for 40 years. Bottle it up. See, don't retaliate, it's bottle it up. But then we release 40 years of force on them in 1 year. Bam! They can't handle it. That's it. Babylon destroyed it one day for what they shit for the last 40 years. Because you release all that force Babylon. And who's doing it? Who's going to do it to them? Us. Do to them as it's done to you. You see, it's, when you look at it that way, the math is very simple. Math is very simple. We're going to do it to them. They did to us, and we stored it up for 40 years. Then we dropped on them in one day, boom, and they couldn't take it. It was too much. That's how you create a C-bomb. That's why I told Smith, you commit. See, and actually, Adam was complicit in making the C-bomb, because he had to fuel it. Adam would fuel the C-bomb. He was fueling his own destruction. He had to fuel it, BC, right? We constructed it, but he had to fuel it. We constructed it, but he had to fuel it. So now it's about to be, that's why the God told me, it's my last warning to you. Let my people go, because they about to explode in your house. All that bottle up is going to blow your house. It's going to blow you away. And the form it's going to take is those plagues. The Pharaoh said, hold on. Okay, you hold on. Then it's going to blow up your house. So I told you, see that's Sebon. That power, right? The point is, I exploded. So, right? All that, we can't, see, that's why I said 40 years, because that's all we could take 40 years. Says, how long can they take it? How strong can Sebon be? Well, they can only take that bottle for 40 years. In 40 years, they're going to explode. That's where the 40 years come from. They said, look, how long can they take it? Remember the Haitians, they couldn't take for 40 years. They took what? They broke out 100 years ago. They said they took up 300 years. But we took the whole 40 years. Some of us broke, broke ranks. Yeah. That's where it come from. And then we explode. Now you see anger stuff going on right now. Explains it. That's C-bomb. They fueled it. We constructed it by holding it in. Okay? And then to get power, right? Okay? There comes a unity, discipline. See? So the discipline is, Islam is about discipline, the 5 pillars. That discipline, the fasting, all the discipline. And discipline will turn the energy you have into power. That's where you get the power from the discipline. And see, they have low discipline, so they lose their power. They have more excess energy than we do because they require less, but the discipline is going down, so they're losing power. That's why it's so desperate right now. They're trying to get control, but their power is weakening. So Trump trying to add more discipline there. Well, we can't handle transgender, all that kind of stuff. He tried to, so he's getting a message somewhere. But that's not going to work. You need a lot more than that. Okay? But it's too late anyway, because the only option you got right now, and to buy them a little more time. So let's go right now while they have this pause in the Middle East. Because once this resumes, I'm gonna talk about that in a minute. See? So that's your weapons. Good discipline, good power. Remember, the more power we get, the more power we have over them. Power is not infinite. Right? So in an elevator, the more room you take, the less room for everybody else. So you gotta start getting power of things. That means that you're taking power from them. They got power of us. So we start getting power of ourselves. That means they're losing power over us. That means we start getting more power over them. Right now, they had more. It's power. It's just power between us and them. So put it like this, say they got 10% of power, we got 10% power over them, they got 9% power over us. We have some power, right? It's not like zero. We have 10% and they got power, so we have some power over them, and they got most power over us. But say you get 20, then that means they only got 80. Say you get 30, that means they only got 70. Say you get 60, they only got 40. You see what I'm saying? So you get more, they got less. They want to stop you from doing that because now you have control over them. See? But the discipline is declining. And your discipline is going to increase dramatically in a minute. See? So you get more power. When you, like I said, when you finally explode, your power is going to be awesome. So it's going to just totally eradicate them. See? You build up enough power. Because remember, they're not the only ones that have been beating you for 40 years. The jinn has also. And you don't even recognize it. You understand? So everybody has to some extent. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? So that's what's happening. So power. Power, that means they have less control over you. That means they can do less to you. And you go tribulation, the more power you have, the less they can affect you. No harm in here be harmed. So because you have to have discipline, the 5 pillars. 5 pillars also gives you power, it also gives you like a bulletproof vest. Right? Those weapons you have right there. Discipline gives you that power weapon. C-bomb, get that retaliation weapon. Atmosphere get an emotional weapon. Pills help you with discipline. Then you got resonance. That's the weapon I'm using against them. I keep putting this truth out here constantly. For 35 years, keep on doing it. Don't stop. And it's building up until the point where I can do it on a certain frequency that they can adjust to. It's building up, but they got a strong barrier. All the media and everything else, but it says keep on doing it. And it's about to break now. The force some that's the glass commercial. Then the glass breaks. That's what resonance. And that's what you're going to apply also once you go to tribulation, because now you're going to be united and everybody's working together. You're going to keep on the angel force. Stronger. Break down this whole goddamn world. That's the weapon you're going to have. You don't have that weapon right now. I got that weapon, resonance. Also got a discipline weapon. Right? I'm in the atmosphere where I can't sing a bit. They got me on that one. So I depend on you, bro. Since y'all protected me. Right? Because I love that music. I love y'all music. I ain't happy about the lyrics, though. Those are your weapons, brothers and sisters. You have them. That's why you get Christianity. You got discipline. It's all about no discipline there. Just do anything you want to do. Just call on Jesus. No discipline. Elijah Muhammad gave discipline to Elijah Muhammad force you discipline on you. What happened? Look what you did. Just had one single man with third grade education, and you was like moving and grooving, man. He was taking over. Farrakhan, you ain't got anything because he's against it. He ain't that discipline with him, right? It's about Scientology and all that bullshit is your mind. Plus, you default. So in other words, he wants you to implode all that energy that you've been storing up for 40 years. Right now, you're going to release it outward to the enemy. Elijah Muhammad says, "You got enemies. You got to know what to do with it. You got to let all that build up, but you got to know what to do with it. You're going to explode, but you don't explode inwardly. Implosion. That's what the head's doing. We're going to explode on ourselves. We're hating ourselves, call ourselves niggas and everything else. So if we explode, we're going to implode, destroy ourselves." Elijah Muhammad said, "No, they're your enemy. That was your enemy. These stories and everything, they're all against you. So now you point the arrows out." See? So now your nature's kicking in because now you're not fighting yourself because we're one body. Then Farrakhan comes and says, no, he turned it back in with, "Oh, it's you, you're sinful, you're wicked." Because that's his job, turn it back in. So we explode, we implode on ourselves. See, because the devils, they ain't the one we got to attack. They're not, there ain't nothing wrong with them. We the problem. We got to deal with ourselves. That's what they were saying today. But then, if you listen to it carefully, well, they took our minds away from him, so he can't get it straight. First, they did to us, they took our minds, but then they said, well, it's our fault. We got to change it. If you put your foot on the balloon underwater, it's going to stay on the water as long as you got a foot on it. Who you blame the balloon underwater for? The foot. Once you move the foot, the balloon pops up. The solution is to get the hell away from here. But we ain't going nowhere. He want to keep, yeah, you underwater, but it's your fault. No, it's a foot on top of us. Okay, understand? These are all the weapons you got, brothers and sisters. You're going to control them in a minute. The atmosphere, how they fighting that one? By mixing it with demons. See? Because they neutralizing, right? Because if you got a force and they neutralize, they got two different natures mixed up. So if both of them are equal, opposite, that means you neutralize, both of them are neutralized. Both of them are neutralized. If you separate them, then all of a sudden, that's what, I'm going to show you that in a minute. See? That's their weapon against us, the demons. Killers, ignorance. Exterminate Islam, all that kind of stuff, right? Resonance, that's the schools. At first you don't succeed. No, they don't tell you. They don't tell you Residents say, if first on the sea, try again. That's what they teach children. Teach their children. What they teach us? And if anybody keep doing the same thing, expecting the same result, is a fool, crazy, insane. They tell us the opposite. If you fail, stop it. If it don't work, stop it. Insanity, definitely insanity, according to them, that's what we teach our children, is if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Well, that's against reason. That's what we tell. So our children, this thing don't work right away, they stop. Because that's what we tell them. They tell children, if it first on the sea, try again. Teach children resonance. They teach our children just the opposite. Christianity, no discipline. Just believe in Jesus. You ain't got to worry about anything. Just pray for it. Pray for a good grade. And how some people do that? They pray for a good grade. Oh man, Jesus, can you help me get a good grade tomorrow? Instead of studying for it. That's the way to attack us. And C-bomb, the way to attack that is Farrakhan. Hey, they explode inward. Tell them they're the enemy. Don't tell them we're the enemy. If they go crazy against themselves. Not on us. They attack all of them. See? This is where we were. We came here. They run around in the jungle and all that kind of stuff. Child king of the jungle. Look at we now. Look. I mean, this is basically, but we was even better than this. We was even more in this here because, like I said, we had cities, powerful cities. Timbuktu, Egypt, all that was our cities that they can't keep up with right now. Look at these sisters. I can't get enough look at these sisters, bro, sisters. Look what they done to them. Still, ain't us. But Farrakhan blame us for being over here, blame us for what we went through. See, because he's one of them. Look at sisters, boy. Ooh. Okay, let me talk about a couple of things with close. See, we knew we got a demon. Let's say 17 million. That wasn't because it was 17 million back then, because it's probably 34 million now, and 17 million of us original, and 17 million are demons. That means slave masters, black-faced children, like you saw in Django. He's probably DiBaccio's brother. They probably the same father. They were skin folk. Because we mix together, we neutralize each other. We have no power. We neutralize each other. We use whatever we have against each other. We're all mixed up. So you talk to a brother, sister. Remember, the way it is right now, if you talk to 10 people, half of them going to be demons, half of them going to be original. Most likely, statistically, because we half and half. And so therefore, you go out, you start talking like this here. And demon, man, I don't want to hear that shit, man. Jesus going to save us. See, you ain't going to get no negative response. So he's neutralizing whatever you say, he's going to have the opposite. And so long as we mix together, neither one of us have any power. Right? Because we neutralize now, we have it, but as a nature we don't, because we neutralize because we're fighting against each other. What happened? Suleiman, his job was to separate the wheat from the chaff, right? Boom. Now you got two armies. Now they're both power. But they're going to have some power too, not because of 5 pillars, right? See? They got a little because they got some of us in them, but we have a lot of. At that point, that's when Suleiman was ancient day take care of the NOI. And they got 5 pillars. Power's going to preach like that, bam. What energy going to be focusing? They're going to be super powerful. The double them is done to you. Super powerful. The new music, right, is going to send shockwaves through these devils. That new music that's come out is going to make them shit on themselves. You know, the thing is that right now, you know, you hear a lion roar that goes through you. You're scared. Well, we sound like that to them. You ever see some of them? Hey, you ready to get down? Better watch out, man. The enemy's coming. You know, they'll come over to Vietnam. They go to office candidate school, like a 6-month thing. If you was 18, I was supposed to go, but they tricked me out of it because they said I had 18 and a half. I went in 17. I said, you know what y'all, man? Y'all told me I can go in. Good thing I didn't, right? Because I didn't know what I knew now. I didn't know about Martin Luther King. I didn't know about Malcolm. I didn't know any of that stuff, right? So when I went, I said, I want to be an officer. Passed the test and everything else. Then when time came after basic training, they would call my name and said, what's hell? Oh, you got to be 18 and a half. Wait a minute, you didn't tell me that when I got in here. At the time I was about 17 and a half. I said, I'm not going to give you an extra year for that. So anyway, so they go in school, and they're 6 months. And then they ship them, first, second lieutenant, then they ship them over to Vietnam. And then you got these people over Vietnam, not just devils, but brothers and devils too. They've been in the Army 30, 20 years or whatever, 15, 20 years. They sergeants, man, they're hardcore. Right? And you got a little guy come in, he's 19, maybe 20 years old. And yeah, I think we can, let's have a meeting. And they had a thing called fragging. Look it up. When they came in like that, the guy said, man, you ain't gonna listen to that clown. He might be he's a lieutenant, yeah, but we was sorry, that guy's gets killed. So they would take a live grenade and throw it up on their tent at night, blow them away. That's fragging. Right? That said, most of them didn't survive very long. They had a movie about that. Right? See? Same guy that played in Django, Kevin, whatever his name is, he played in a movie where he was a officer or somebody in Vietnam. There was somebody, those guys that came over there, those young guys come over to this mission, white ones, that long, they didn't live very long. Because they kill him. They kill him right away. And if a brother came over there, he was young, he was someone pretty smart. They go in, get me with sides, say, right? But then again, maybe they didn't talk like that. But then they were smart to say, look, hey, Sergeant, you've been here, you know what's going on. Give me 411 instead of going out and tell people what to do. Y'all been doing this, and we gonna go. Oh, it wasn't working. But we sound like lions to them. Even the sisters sound like lions to them. That's why they panic and they get nervous. You stop them, they want to start shooting stuff because we scared them. You don't realize that. And another thing you don't realize too, when you see devils can dance, devils can dance. The problem is that they dance to what they're hearing. They're not hearing like dog whistles. They hear what we're hearing. We ain't the same people. They're hearing what we're hearing. When they dance is what they're hearing. They ain't hearing all the melodies and all the. They're not hearing all of that. Maybe that's why I can't dance too. I don't know. Some people say I can't. Say, I don't know. They pushed it right. Anyway, you understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? We got to understand these things. The thing is, once we separate it, right, then we could unite. That says, and the lower they're separated, that says in the Quran. It says, woman in envy envies. Only when envy, you got something. So now it says growing, and they lose control. They're envious now. We're going to take control. They're going to attack us. Woman envies. Because now we come together. We got power. We got unity. Hajj. We got resonance. We got discipline. We got C-bomb. God damn. Invincible. All you gotta do is separate, and then get the hell out of here. That's a tribulation. You understand? At that time, America would be total basket case because they can't stand the pressure. The pressure too great, and they're all over the place. But the demons, they're gonna take America. They will take America because America be all disunited and everything else. They're gonna take it, but it'll be a pure victory if you look at pure victory. Because at that same time, China, India's gonna roll in, and they're gonna be fighting them for control of America, and they're gonna get wiped out. But they're gonna defeat Massa for control of America. Because Massa won't have control. They're gonna try to martial law and everything. It's gonna be capitalist and everything. It's gonna be totally out of control. They won't be able to organize any meaningful force, and demons will be organized. It's called a locust, and it's Revelation talking about the locust war, 5-month locust war. Right? And original nation be powerful, united, Hajj, all that power, emotional power, C-bomb. Because I said new music coming out, they're gonna put fear of people. Remember, it was victory. Because you know, in the military, they tell you sing these songs when you go into battle. It's designed to put fear in the hearts of the enemy. But that music comes as victory music, gonna put fear in the heart of everybody on the planet that's been fucking with us. Because they're gonna see we coming strong and we ain't playing and we gonna be singing it, and whatever the lyrics or whatever it is, I don't know what it is, but I know that's the kind of music it's gonna be. It's gonna be victory music. It's gonna be military, and letting everybody know we coming back. We have arrived. We come back, take every damn thing y'all took away from us. With shockwaves all over the world. That's the music. That's what affected most of the people. And some battles we won't have to fight. Because they start singing that music, they're gonna put so much fear in the people, they're gonna go running. It's gonna be a music of victory. That's one of your weapons. Weather is gonna be, I didn't mention weather. Weather's gonna be another one of your weapons. Because where's the atmosphere? Right now, you're affecting the weather right now, but you don't know it. Because the demons affecting it, you're affecting it, the devil's affecting it. So it's all jamboree, and you can't see where it's coming from. It's coming from all kinds of stuff going on. But once we separate it, then you're going to see, because the demons are going to have some control over, not as much as us. Right? Devils have a little bit, but we have main control. So we can will a tornado a hurricane into existence. Because the weather comes from us also. You don't realize that. So now, because we're all mixed up, because if you notice, even now, all these weather conditions coming up, if you notice, it seems to have GPS on devil neighborhoods. Why is that? This is what's going to happen. So it says time under pressure, trouble, so you're going to things that you never imagined before. These are your weapons. See, Mom? So it's already ready to go. It's already fueled and ready to go. Emotional bomb, it's going to come on in a minute. New music I tell you about is coming on in a minute. What was the other one? That's it. See, Mom? Or discipline, power. The discipline you're going to get in a minute. It says, people sit in the dark, see the great light. So when Farrakhan'S cast out, angels they do sit, get disciplined, you separate from the demons, boom, power. Protection, 5 pillars. Did I cover everything, brothers and sisters? Let me go see if I cover all of them. This is what it's going to be like for you. Oh, well. And then I'm going to close out, brothers and sisters. I forgot about this. I had all that there. Atmosphere, pillars, discipline, power, yeah. And resonance. Because united, Hajj. Yeah, any barrier, any fortress. Because that tells you about that. It tells you about that in the Battle of Jericho. You're gonna have resonance power. Nobody's gonna be able to stand before you. It says we're gonna be Joshua's army. It says they told Joshua, no one's gonna be able to stand before you. No one's gonna be stand. No one. Nobody will resist you. That's the power you got. And you're gonna realize in a minute. See? And Farrakhan, those clowns, they crushed. So if you still with Farrakhan, stick with him. We want those look, because if you with him, that means you ain't about the truth. So you stick over there. We want people that's about the truth. Because if you got the truth, like it says, it's a clear highway. If you about truth, it's clear who Farrakhan is. It's clear what you need to do. It's clear the way it's clear. The scripture, every scripture tells you it's so clear. But if you're a Farrakhan, you ain't there because of emotion. That means you're driving down, right? You just go along. And right now the devil's things have jumped so fast they can't keep up with it. So now they're getting desperate. But they want to maintain control. So that's why you hear Trump, we're going to get this, we're going to take it, we're going to take Venezuela. They lose control now because things move fast and they can think. That's Armageddon, which will take place pretty soon. The war in the Middle East kicks off, and that's going to take off any day now. I don't know why I had to say it twice. And then I'm going to close out in a minute, but see here, everybody takes something from us. And that puts us on the bottom. Now understand this. We're the maker, owner, creator, planet Earth. We're the true Abraham. Now if we understand that means we on the top. We the top. We the top tribe. We the top, right? The most high. Right? But if you take, now who's the least? They're the lowest. The devils, they're the lowest. We're the highest. Right? Devils are, right? But if you think the devils are the highest, that means we must be the lowest, because that means we ain't nobody. That's what it said. They put falsehoods up there and said, no, they're true Abraham. Well, if they're true Abraham, that means we must be Ham. We must be one doomed to slavery. We're on the bottom. See, that's the mind they gave us. So our thinking is, we're nobody. We're on the bottom. That's why a lot of them came to correct that. Farrakhan come to switch it back around again. So we think so if they're the chosen people, then we're nothing. We're doomed to be slaves forever. That's what the Seal Bible tells us. We're doomed to be slaves forever. That means we're nothing on the bottom. Right? And that's why I got a sign up there. If we find out that the true sign is us, that means we're going to switch the whole thing upside down. We're going to turn upside down. But we got to fight to get to the top. Because they're going to resist it. That's why the war, the battle. See, because right now we're on the bottom, and the whole idea of Farrakhan to make us think that now that's where we're supposed to be. Make us reconcile with being on the bottom. That's the mindset. So therefore you don't try to fight your way to the top. That's the mind control. Remember, they fighting us mentally in every way. So that's why I put false sisters up there. Because remember, they was hating each other for 2,000 years. They almost came to total extinction, and then suddenly they was kissing each other's ass. Why? Because Elijah Muhammad said, no, we're supposed to be the top, not them. And I said, no, see, they established them. Said, oh, they the ones. That means that we got to be on the bottom. Then we got to be Ham, all that kind of stuff. And then our people reconciled to that. We was running around with half-cooked bones on those. We was tigers and lions eating us, and we was eating each other and that kind of stuff. But once we realized that we're going to fly way to the top, because Satan, they got an identity. They said, then we're us. So that means we're nothing then. If they're us, we're nothing. And then who the jinn? I have brothers, Ishmael. They got land, our language, our religion. Everybody's, right? And then you go to God can make God, they got our nation, our energy. They work us for nothing for 1 year in our nation. Right? Our humanity, they got it all. And then you got Esau, our full brother. That's what you call Africa over there, right? They got an image. They're saying, oh man, they lost the inheritance. It's our inheritance. They sold it out, so now it's ours. They said, no, it's yours. No. We got to fight our way back to all that. The first one is the demons. But see, this is the problem right here. The guy gets to see that this is not the true sign. And that's why the war in the Middle East is all about. Because Michael is getting ready to take out with his angels false Israel. And when that goes out, that sign goes out, they realize, because if they goes out, they can't be true Abraham. That means that we must be, and then all of a sudden we got that vision. The people that have vision perish. Once you got a vision, okay, we see the number one, we start rising. Coming together, see the great army overnight. When they should be born today, suddenly you're going to happen. Suddenly you're going to get that vision. Say, when they should be born today. That's why it's telling you that stuff, brothers and sisters. But Master Muhammad has to make his move. He's about to do it any time. But see, remember, we got an energy burst, though. He got time with that. And I'm going to say no more about that. I'm going to leave him alone. See? Because this is the vision we have right now. With this vision, we ain't nobody. With this vision, we're nobody. That's the vision we have right now. They're the ones. They're over there. They're in the Middle East. They're the seed of Abraham. They're chosen people. And Master Muhammad's getting ready to alter that. When you see that, forces go. Let me see. When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, no, it's destruction. It's destruction. The Jews said, the Christians said, oh man, Jesus gonna save the last man. No, it says when you see, and that's happening right now. Flee. It says their destruction is near. That means they're gonna be destroyed. When they're destroyed, that means they couldn't possibly see Abraham. That means you're gonna realize That's when the devils have attacked you because they can't see. When they see that you understand who you are, they want to attack you to keep you from uniting because that's the uniting sign. See, this false Israel sign is the destruction sign. Keep us disuniting everything else because we ain't nothing. But that's the uniting sign. It's not uniting us. It's not unity. It's not us coming together. Inspirational sign. You understand? This is about to happen. Okay, let me show this and I'm going to close, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to do all that. No, I was going to do much more, but I want to show one thing. Let me close for a second, brothers and sisters. I'm going to find it. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Okay, there it is. Okay, hold on. A second, boss. Close out. I want to show and I'm going to show it and close out. Before I do that, now that shit show they had today with Ishmael and them, if you analyze it, what they were saying is they don't have any facts. They have no facts. We don't have any facts to tell people they have faith. You have faith in Farrakhan. See, I just gave you details, facts. That's all I do. But they don't have any because I'm destroying all their so-called facts because they don't have any. And so the bottom line, that's the default because they react to this. And I'm destroying them. That's who the Lord will consume with spit his mouth and destroy the bright will come. That's why Farrakhan's not going to die soon. He'll be around in a few more days when he cast, because he got to be cast out by his own people, right? What he thinks his own people. But that's whole thing is to tell him, because when you have knowledge, you don't need faith. You have knowledge. Just take all that stuff he was talking about. Well, you got to have knowledge, you got to have faith, and all that stuff. What if you take that same idea he said, just transform it into India? Well, same thing over there. Well, they have faith. Who they have faith in then? Who are they praying to? See what I'm saying? It's all bullshit. Some philosophy came up with. And they talk about, oh, a baby cries. That's a prayer. What about an Indian baby? What about a Chinese baby? It's all bullshit. They're desperate. So they said, you just got to hold on to Farrakhan no matter what. Just have faith. Yeah. That overrides knowledge. Really? No. When you have faith, if you have knowledge, you don't need faith. Faith is the absence of knowledge. In other words, if you don't know, so you just have faith in somebody that you think may know. But if you know, it's like you're blind, right? And you got a stick, your little cane is just your faith, right? Kind of feel your way around, right? But if you can see, you don't need that anymore. If you see, you don't need a walk cane. I mean, a blind stick. You understand what I'm saying? So what he's trying to tell you, you can, like the modes travel and search of knowledge. He really bundles all that stuff up. See, he just destroyed a lot of stuff. He stored the God he got from the Quran, because the normally one they say is Allah only helps change people's condition who change their own condition. But he went and found a verse that says the other way. Well, they change condition if they only change themselves or whatever. He had to go look for that one, because that's not the common one we use. Because we was told by Allah, Muhammad used the Muhammad Ali version. So I had to go search for something. It still didn't make any difference, but it's a little subtle thing he tried to throw in there. Because it tells you basically, if you don't change your condition, you're not going to get change. Allah will not change a person's condition unless change your own condition. That means he's telling you, you calculate for that. If you don't change, you're not going to get change. That's just the way they're talking to fools, fools like that. So that's what he's saying. He said, we don't have any knowledge of you because he didn't give you any. Just have faith in Farrakhan. Just have faith in him. Because they don't have any knowledge. Just have faith in him. That's the whole and the reason, because they react to this. Because this message has got knowledge, you got science, mathematics, and whooping their ass. We don't tell you to have faith here. We get knowledge and the math behind it. You never got that before. You didn't get the math behind Elijah Muhammad. You got the knowledge. You get the math behind it. Prophet Muhammad didn't get the math behind what he was doing. Neither Isa ibn Miriam. None of this. You get math actually behind it. Oh, what cause where's it coming from? Not just because you don't have to have faith in anything. Faith in anything I told you. You want to have extra business. I don't want you, if you had that, you got to depend on faith. Because you're not going to make it. Islam is mathematics Islam. You have to get Muhammad said, if you want to be successful, learn the language of mathematics. They don't teach you mathematics over there. They try to come with some bullshit they don't know what they're talking about. Or it's philosophy. But that's what he's saying. Listen to what he's saying. Just have faith in Farrakhan. Just have faith in him. Moses traveled out of knowledge. He was doing stuff people don't understand, but it's still the right thing. Oh, well, then take that same knowledge over to Hinduism. How would they react to it? Same thing. It doesn't matter. No, it's mathematics. I explain where energy deprivation comes from, why the universe expands and contracts, and how it affects us. And they can't dispute any of my mathematics. They don't even try. Just have faith in Farrakhan, because they're on their last leg. They're gonna be violent in a minute. They're trying to get violent. Somebody try to find out where I'm at, my phone, and all that stuff. They're gonna be violent in a minute because they're on the last leg. Just have faith. Faith is when you're blind, you don't know. If you have knowledge, you don't need faith. And here you get knowledge. Nobody's asking you to have faith. If you can't learn the angel, if you can't develop that mathematics, I don't want you anyway. Just because you say I believe, it don't mean anything to me. People around me shouldn't tell you that. You got to move to that level. So that's what he said about faith. That's what he said. Because they have no knowledge. That means he's blind. He can't see. So just hold on to us. Just hold on, Farrakhan. But remember, he's supposed to be the Messiah. He gonna whoop him with his wheelchair. He gonna throw his piece of shit bag on him. That ain't gonna defeat him. That might work. You got enough of it, store enough of it up. He's pathetic. He ain't dead, but he's pathetic. They think he's going to be dying soon, but he's pathetic. That's why they don't show a picture of him, because they got a emotional attraction to him. If you have emotional attraction to somebody, right? It's emotional attraction. I mean, because the way they look, the way they smell, the way they talk. And all you got to do is break even one of those, and the magic is gone. The connection is gone. So if you saw him in a wheelchair, babbling, with 900 years old, the traction is gone. That's why they don't show him. Because if he was all right, Tell my God told me to be quiet. What? And God tell him, I sent a video saying, show a video, he laying back on the beach, having a pina colada or something. Right? I said, hey, Assalamu alaikum, everything's all good. Something. They don't show anything. Because they don't want to break that that emotional connection to him. That's why I show all his old pictures and everything else. He's pathetic. He's messed up. Okay? And if you come here for emotional attraction, you're going to be thrown out of here so fast. I make sure you can't get him. Well, if you're a masochist, you get emotional attraction to me. But masochist, I love pain. So, because I make sure I'm not likable. I want you to focus on the truth, the knowledge, the wisdom that I'm giving you. If you ain't here for that, don't come. I've had enough of those type of people who are just a lot of trouble, a lot of problems, or got connections, all that kind of shit. I got time for it. I don't want you to like me. I want you to save yourself. Get that mental mind, mathematical mind. Save yourself. Right? I'm not telling my lungs to tell my tell my lungs, tell my heart what to do. No, I want you to be a good lungs. I want you to be happy doing. If you're a lung, be happy being a lung and take care of business. I don't want the heart have to go and teach you how to be a lung. Anyway, let me show you some close, brothers and sisters. Let's watch this, brothers and sisters. This is what I was telling about the C-bomb. They're hitting us, keep beating us for years. We're storing it. We ain't retaliating. They make a C-bomb. They're fueling it, but we're constructing it. A reaction has opposite reaction. That's comes wisdom. We're trying to give you wisdom here, brothers. This is how we use the mathematics. Because we the math. That's why I don't teach our children mathematics. Because we are the mathematics. We're the mathematicians. We just don't know it. See. Muhammad said we was against something now. No, they're the enemy. They're the devil's enemy. You force the enemy back on them. See. Farrakhan said, no. It's you the problem. Scientology, your mind, it's you. Forcing energy back on ourselves again. Contain it. That's his job. See? You're sinful. You're wicked. Stand here. See? And soon my hitting resonance. Keep hitting them. Break that down. Break him down. Right? And get that focus in the right direction. There you go. 40 years, we took all we could take. If you read the scripture right, Joshua's the Messiah. Right? 20 years took all we could take. And Suleiman's in charge, NOI, and boom, here we go. Wow. 1 year, all it hit him all for 40 years. One time, 1 year, bam. That's too much. They can't handle it. Man, see? Boom. Get it, brothers and sisters? That's the wisdom of what's happening. That's why I said Babylon's going one day. That's what they talked about, brothers and sisters. Now get the wisdom and the math behind it, why they're saying that. Okay, and here's the 5 pillars. That's the base of your discipline, also your protection. Your bulletproof vest. Faith, torque. I explained all these in other presentations, I can do it today. Harmonic motion. Unity, like God Muhammad said, unity is the key. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to do this. No, I'm going to leave it there. Okay, brothers and sisters, I was going to go into seasons. Right? But in short, all you got to do is Google this. The blues started 1860. We had the blues. 50 years later, probably 50 years, momentum was in heaven, you know what sudden means? Energy universe contracting now. Energy returning back to the earth. It turns in waves, that probably 50 years. It's absorbed by the earth. Earth become more energized. That means more food, water, and everything else. The earth start warming up. Something more energized. Global warming, more energized. That's good for us. So now we're more energized. Every 50 years. Look at it. Go back, track it out. 1860s. Let me just go over short and then we'll go. Momentous in heaven and earth, but not coming above a sudden. That means suddenly. Everyone needs a spark. And it's going to happen any day now. Spark. Because you're going to suddenly feel this energy burst. It's going to be amazing what you're going to see once it happens. And see, here it is. Then I get it basic. See? Blues was the first. We had the blues. We first broke our chains. We had the blues. 50 years later, got jazzy. Afrocentric, Eurocentric. 50 years later, is that a coincidence? Motown, new song. All those music types came from us. They're dominating the planet. And each one, blues, then you have Afrocentric, Eurocentric. You got the demons. One thing more European way. The original people, they want to throw Afro, right? Noble Drew Ali, Marcus Garvey, Elijah Muhammad, Master Muhammad, right? And Du Bois, he wanted, we want to think more like white folks, right? And 50 years later, Motown. Then you have separation, integration. Elijah Muhammad, Martin Luther King, he wanted integration, separation. See? Good. But that's the demons. They want that because they more like white people. They want think they are white people. It's black people, black skin. I mean, they're Caucasians and black skin. Right? Now, every 50 years, is that a coincidence? And now we had another 50-year term. It's about to happen again. But this time it's going to be told, we're going to leave here, and demons going to stay here and fight. And the music's going to be, I call it victory. I don't know what they're going to call it, but I just say victory. So keep that in mind, brothers and sisters. That's where we are right now. 2020, I'm not going to go through all that, brothers and sisters, but 2020 to 2025. And I said wrong. 2020 to 2030. So we're right in the middle of it. Many times now. You're gonna realize it. People that's sick, it's on the edge of death, they're going to be energized. They just stay their lives. They ain't going to come back jumping around. In other words, I shouldn't even go into that, brothers and sisters. Say, for instance, your energy level, you just about almost no energy to survive anymore. Then you get this energy boost. It's like a flower that's taking, is wilting because not getting enough nutrition, enough sunlight. So you give sunlight, what? All of a sudden, because we all are wilting, brothers and sisters. This is not old age for us. We're all wilting because we have energy deprivation. So now we get more energy. And some of us are going to be revived from the death. I mean, you're going to run around and playing soccer and all that kind of stuff. That means, right? Instead of burying you, right, you're in a hospital bed. If you understand that, I'm leaving alone, brothers and sisters. Okay, assalamu alaikum. I'm not going to go with this, brothers and sisters. I'm going to go. Oops. Where am I here? Of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians Christians in the name of Jesus, where they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, well, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. And it's enduring today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. It didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping our women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught black, and this was God's will. God's will. The enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet, what's your rap sheet? How you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here. When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection a microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate in the slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's the legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. That's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? Where's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. That's the legacy of Christianity. They've been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus. History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorized people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians. Christians, in the name of Jesus, where they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 400 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. And it's enduring today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleeping animals. So-called common cold was not common. It didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping our women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught black, and this was God's will. God's will. The enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here when the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus, what could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate in the slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? Where's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. That's the legacy of Christianity. They've been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
make it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that.
about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holiday where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You are now turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now, and We're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. Right? And so we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made. A former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and traded for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go to where it's sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we're getting reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. You know, they was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, you know, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, you know, they were just, you know, did some things wrong, but now they, you know, they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And you know, I mean, this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we came, man. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had big and massive. They came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, but he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states to promise him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But now I guess they didn't, because they say over there now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They say, they looked and the farmers wasn't ain't doing it. Farmers said, oh. So then they had master, what's happening here? How come no, right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now they master, what's happening here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now and all the food's gone. It's gone. She said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? And so they've been praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's Master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparation, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic Covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. That's you. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they crying and begging the Master, hey, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where'd you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, or nowhere. We learned about fly the planes and to drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you done this for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was your reparations. So now if you didn't prepare people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, for them to replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep they thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See, and they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan'S, he told you he's going to get this for you, but he didn't prepare you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, said, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, calling your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? See? You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because I mean, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, it does say, look, hold it. We want total separation. Look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So he said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Okay. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation. Right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say a million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one's worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates has to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So a dollar is worth an ounce of gold, which that's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing their wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They try to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's what all this worth. $1 million. Hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You gotta have your own money, you gotta control your own wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me he had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you bury it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they're just using another different certificate, using another form of money. So you're still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you're so happy with now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything with $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't know how to build communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You don't know how to engineer, build a house. You don't know how to do anything because Farrakhan didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything, right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You saw out your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's what you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you could call your land now? Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe call it Traveland. Farrakhan. They met the Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master, I'll come back work for you, I'll work for Popeyes, I'll do anything you want. No, remember, now blacks, either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 days. And now you're starving, you ain't got your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, you on the phone, you talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of them niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. See on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. You turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See? They could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold it for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? Then what next? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything that we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they all thought you think they were going to give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? You know how much that is? If it's 17 million, if 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. And they're gonna do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border. What you gonna do? You gonna fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, which was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakhan ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and living in the get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here, where they, because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get rid of all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Boys, come here. Disaster over there. And, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call them. They call it Conland or something. I forgot what it's something they call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he went and asked Master Farrakhan Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farrakhan Muhammad. Master Farrakhan said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to them. Said, would we please come and get them? Nope. Said, no, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reparations, you got your money, you got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him, talk to him, let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, they're not getting more reports on Okay, he says that was Matthew Prophet Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those rides that came in. All that came in today, man, came in fast. After a whole year, total collapse. Now they begging it, somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send them some food. They begged, said, please send us some food. Master Muhammad said, no, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send us some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send us some food. He says, no, he refused. I said, boy, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that, and he's read it to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no way. You made your choice, case closed. Okay, just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.